Wow. Test, test. Everything working good? Hope so. Oh, I forgot to clean my monitor. It's all dirty. The screen's all dirty. Oh well, I'll just ignore that. I'll just let my ADHD take control and just ignore that. Just do it later. Permanently. Wait, where's OneShot? There it is. Oh yeah, I should probably let my Discord know that I'm streaming as well. Just give me a second. I gotta throw out ping, because pings are annoying. But I will grab the link to the stream. I think that's the link for the stream. No, it's not. I have to go to my channel. And I'm gonna save that link and post it. Okay. Okay. Show my display again. Alright, we're back. Let's see. I don't remember what we were doing. Shh. Trying to establish a connection here. Sorry. Connection to what? Don't think we need any more? Okay. Hey, you okay in there? I did what I could with the terminals for now, and it's you. You're the robot that insisted on living in the mines, are you not? My friend told me to keep an eye out for you, should we ever cross paths. Likewise. Your friend gave you something the last time you saw each other. Can you show me what it is? Wait, you know about the amber? I just asked to see it, didn't I? Alright, here it is. Thought so. He seemed to trust you, so I'll treat you as an ally as well. Okay? Please listen carefully. You need to escort the Messiah for the remainder of the Barons. I predict a high concentration of square particle disruptions in the near future. No way. Yes, way. It's likely that structures in the facility of the Messiah might be affected, making it a far more treacherous pilgrimage than the previous expectations. David and the Messiah need all the extra help they can get right now. Understood. Oh, okay. Guess we should head back soon. Even without the squares, the mines are not a safe place to be. Come on, I'll wait for you outside. Wait, I want to ask you. She left. If you were going to ask her about being not real, save your breath. None of the people here know their predicament. In fact, I don't think they can even comprehend it. It would be in your best interest to just pretend like we never had this conversation. Causing mass confusion in the world's residents would likely result in unfavorable conditions for you. Alright. Wait, then what about you? How did you know? We never had this conversation, remember? Sigh. Okay. Now where next? The power cell, I think. Oh! The word profit bar is written on the side. Didn't notice that earlier. Yes, you did. Come on, let's go back. I remember it. What happened in the tower. What I tried to do. And how you managed to see through it all. We have been through all of this. Even though it was only supposed to run once, you still managed to come back. How did you come back? How did you bring Nico back? And then you even managed to break out of bounds. Bringing Nico to places that never should have been. It was him, wasn't it? And now, Nico is upset. What even happened in that room back there? What did Nico learn? Nico is upset. I can feel it. I told you to turn back, David. But you've chosen to trust that man instead of me. No, not even that. Just his book. His ghost. This world is not real. The people are not real. Nico is upset. Nico is... No. Everything is wrong. Oh. Ah! The minecart. Not the minecart. Earthquake. The tunnel just blah blah blah. The tunnel back out just collapsed. No! What are we gonna do? Wait. The exit just caved, didn't it? Sigh. I saw this coming, but this is a bit more sudden than I anticipated. Both of you, follow me. Where to? The way out. Oh. Can't use this anymore. Shouldn't get too close. Some sort of computer. It says exit is in here, but must be hidden. Okay, all of us are here. There is an emergency exit behind my computer terminal. We did not want anyone to stumble upon this route, so the terminal has been weighed down. It cannot be moved by normal means. But with our combined effort, it might budge. Maybe. I am not strong. I'm not that strong either. But if that doesn't work, we might need to dig around it, and you could have just asked. Heh. Strong. Phew. Come on. Show off. Accidentally threw a raisin on the floor. No! Wait, was it a raisin or was that a peanut? I don't know. Anyway. I don't even know where this tunnel leads. I would appreciate it if you do not linger here. So this is the way out? There wasn't any data on this path in the server room. It's new. Nico, get in the minecart. Okay. Please keep moving forward. Okay. Oh, I stopped. I tried. I really did. But destabilizing. I'm sorry, Nico. I tried to protect you, but I can't hold it off ever. What's that? Here too? Watch out. Oh no! That's not good. Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. I can still hold it up. But you two need to... You, robot! What are you waiting for? Take the child and get out. Come on. What about her? Come on. No, not the corruption. No! What do we do? You have to take this. What? The memory disk? But... Eek! This is where we part ways. Nico, the path ahead will lead you to the glen, right by the city gate. when you're in the city, go find someone named Cedric. Give him the disc. But what happens if I... What if the squares... Hurry. Oh no, not robot. Wait. Can't go back. There. They're both... it's okay. They were never real anyway. David, I don't understand the world. The Prophet Bot. What he was saying. Is this world really just... Is it? I hate to break it to you, kid, but, I want to say no, but... I have to tell Nico the truth. I have to tell Nico the truth. Normally I wouldn't believe it, but... it just... adds up. Everything adds up. I'm going back. Can't go back. Never mind. Just wanted to see what happened. Curiosity got the best of me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. If I can't fix the world, I can't go back home. But the world is already so messed up. If the squares don't get fixed, what will happen to the world? Where would I even go? Bad things happening, I see. Hi, Jack Jap. Welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Bad things are happening, yes. Nico's sad. Nico upset. Nico unhappy. That look in her eye. It looks very... kinda... I don't know what to say about that feeling. Like, she just didn't feel alive anymore. Well, this is sad. She's isolated on a track in the middle of nowhere. Well, now we're in the Glen, I think. I think I remember something. I remember what I did at the end. I remember putting the sun, and then everything got really bright. I don't remember a lot of details. But none of it matters now, does it? I just got brought back anyway. I can't go back now, David. What's up, Jack Jap? Looks like parts of the ground is missing. I wonder if it's safe to walk across these vines. One way to find out, I guess. They're safe. That's good. I have lost communication with the Guardian outside the city gate. The big robot, right? Please help me check on them. I cannot leave my station. Alright. Oh. I guess I can't go past this robot then. It does. It does hit different. Isn't that the city gate? It's... Oh, can't go that way. Do not approach. Just eight. Tell for noticed. Guess I can't go through there. Bed. A little tired from walking. It's alright if I take a nap. Alright, what's this stream gonna be about? Oh! I didn't see a dream there. Interesting. Oh well. Suppose there's more work to do. The bridge is broken. I see that. These squares are just everywhere. They're in the door. More of those squares. Can't go there. Excuse me. My headphone cable is stuck on my wheel. No! There we go. Hey, when that happens, so annoying. But, anyway. There's squares all over the big robot. Ah. That is outside my capacity for help. You may proceed to the deeper ruins. Alright. These squares are just everywhere. Those squares again. Huh. Tap 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 tap. Hello, person. 2 children reside near here. Ah. Children. Oh yeah, below here is where the plant. The plant that's dying is. I wonder if they're still here. Let me see. Vines. Savior. You're here to see me? What happened to you? Hold on. I need to concentrate. The islands will collapse if I don't do something. That's why the vines... You're making the vines grow. Is that why there are vines everywhere? Are you trying to hold the land together? My powers, the best I could do. Yes. That's... Should I leave the sun here for you? I know you wanted to see it. Tempting. But I mustn't. The sun brings me comfort, but... Stress is good. For this, fear is good. Makes me strong. Vines grow faster. But... If I'm at ease, the vines might retreat. They're all in danger, Savior. The villagers, the children. My final hours mustn't go to waste. The people deserve to live, even if just for another day. Oh. Do not worry. I am fine. Oh. I figured that the vines had something to do with this girl, but now I see. Using the last bit of her strength to keep everything from falling apart. It's that block. Pathway is blocked. By blocks. Wait a minute. I remember something about this. Yeah, I kicked it! Never knew it'd be so easy. Nico, cute. Ow, my foot, ow. Hehe. Blah. Oh, the door. I knew we'd lose our home eventually, but I wasn't expecting it to happen so soon. Oh, jeez! Are you guys okay? Oh, my stars! You're the savior! It's an honor to meet you. Yes! I'd invite you inside, but as you can see, our home is... It's got squares in it! Yes, Alula, thank you. It's getting everyone now, isn't it? The squares. There are way more than before. Even the gate to the refuge is destroyed now. That didn't happen last time. Last time? Nothing. Almost let that slip, David. Guess I should introduce myself again. My name is Miko. Miko? Oh gosh, would it not be rude to call you by name? No worries, Calamus. How did you know my name? Not again. Messiah just knows things, Calamus. Right? Yes, of course. Phew. You were saying about the gate? Oh, right. Looks like I can't get in the city through the old gate anymore. Do either of you know another way to get in? I heard that there's some sort of hidden passage around here somewhere. Oh. Passage to the burial grounds? That's the one. Oh, but I'm not sure if that'll be of any use here. It's been flooded for a long time, and there's no boat. Not to mention, the burial grounds itself is pretty far from the city. That's okay. I would still like to see it. It's the only lead we have. Alright, in that case, please follow us. Nico keeps slipping up. Keeps exposing her special knowledge. At least the courtyard isn't affected for now. We usually get to the burial grounds, though. We usually get to the burial grounds through our friend, but he hasn't been here in forever. Nico has forbidden knowledge. Yep. Hey, did you guys all know that you're not real? Normally this courtyard would be where we meet up. I hope he comes back soon. Flooded house. It's a clover. Wait a minute. This seems familiar. Nico! Nico, what's wrong? You look like you are about to faint. It's not the first time it's happened. Oh? Earlier I was in the Barrens and I saw something like this too. It was like a dream, but only for a split second. Sounds like a vision. Like something a prophet would see. I guess? The robot lady I was with earlier had a fancy word for it though. Wait. Let me check something. Book! Book time. Oh! I was right. Huh? When I had the vision back at the Barrens, the book started glowing too. I wanted to see if I could get it to happen again, and... Where did you get that? Oh, I had it with me when I woke up in this world. Looks like one of our friend's books. Except it's glowy. That's what the lady said too. David, let's see if we can do anything with the journal in this room. Oh? Boat! It's a boat. It came into existence. Whoa! How did that boat get there? Okay, I'm pretty sure it has to do with his journal. Now, the exact same thing happened back at the Barrens. Seriously? The journal was glowing, so I wanted to take a closer look at it. Then I found a page that looked like a drawing of the room we were in, and then a minecart showed up. What? What? That sounds freaky. No, it doesn't. David must have done something. Still. Hey, we have a boat now. We can go to the burial grounds and visit Mom again. But... come on, Calamus. David and Nico are with us. Well, if David made the boat appear, it should be safe. What do you think, David? You can leave whenever you're ready. Can we go yet? Hold on, I want to look outside this area. I don't think there's much else to look at. Just want to see if there's anything else. The ball. The game lagged a little bit when I ring that the first time. Weird. Fish! I don't think there's anything else to look at out here. Let's just go ahead and go now. Here we go! Look at them! In the boat! Oh, I have to move it. Oh, they all changed directions. What if I go back? Do you want to go back, Nico? Nah. Look at that! It's so cute! Oh. Love this pixel art style. I wanna do more art in this style, to be honest. Look, it's all glowy and pretty. I actually can go back at this point. But I want to keep moving forward. We made it! Come on, Alula. Let's go pay our respects. Okay. Oh, they disappeared. Probably just moved somewhere else. It's a gravestone. Gravestone. It's a 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 gravestone. I think they're all gonna say it's a gravestone. New character? It's you. My name is Nico. Ah. Nice finally to meet you. No, wait. It is a pleasure to be of acquaintance at last, Nico. My name is Cedric. Oh. I'm supposed to be looking for you. I am aware. Prototype had contacted me earlier, saying that you would be on your way to the city. He did? He sent me a message after his memories were restored. Oh. You told me to wait in the city, but I thought it'd be faster for me to pick you guys up. Turns out that was a terrible idea. Pick us up? Wait, you can fly that plane? What is a plane? The thing behind you. Oh, you mean the flying machine. They're called planes in my world. Oh. I did not realize they existed in other worlds. Wait, are you friends? Are you the friend that Kalmas and Alula was talking about then? Is this the same flying machine they were talking about? I do not know anyone named Kalmas or Alula. I think they're meant to be friends with my father. In previous iterations of the... Your father? He was the original owner of the flying machine. It's one of his greatest inventions, actually. Your dad invented planes? Flying machine. It's cool either way! Thanks. But to answer your earlier question, I am proficient in operating the machine. But something weird happened to the engine when I was in the air earlier. I had to make an emergency landing on this tiny island before I crashed into the city wall. You almost crashed? That's terrible. It was not pleasant, I will admit. I wonder if the engine problem has to do with the square particle disruptions. I checked, but there isn't any of that square stuff inside the machine itself. But I noticed some islands in the glen are really messed up now. They are. Sigh. Guess I should have listened to Proto in the first place. Say, where is he? He said he was coming with you. Is he still back at the main islands? Oh, actually, back at the Barrens, there was a cave-in, then a bunch of squares. He and the robot lady, neither of them made it out. Hold on, I think I can make this bigger. Give me a second. I know it's probably kind of hard to look at. Bamber! Hi! How'd your stream go, buddy? The Taugu. Thanks, the Taugu. How you doing? It was good. Yay, it was good. Oh my god, it's a cat. A zany cat. Yeah, it's me, it's Zany. How you doing? Don't mind me, I'm just scaling my applications so that it makes the stream a little easier to watch. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was you, Oreo. I just wasn't sure. Togo. Okay, Togo. Played more of that Witch World games. Nice. Hope that was fun. Tell me about it. Kind of what the game is like. Proceeds to F11. I guess F11... Actually, does F11 work in this game? No, it doesn't. This game, the reason why I'm sharing my old desktop and not just this is because this game occasionally has things where I have to like go outside the game. So that's why I'm sharing my whole screen and not just the window. This I think this size right here is fine, actually. You can like clearly see what's going on, I hope. But anyway, it is a cool concept. Yeah, sometimes you have to like go into your documents folder and find a certain file to complete a puzzle. It's really neat. Anyway, neither of them made it out. So I want this to be more towards the middle of the screen, so I was more comfortable with it. No. He did give me this, though. This disc he pulled from his head. Oh! Oh, thank goodness! He gave you his main drive. As long as I have this, I should be able to bring him back. Really? It's gonna be hard, but yes. You need all three of us for the big door. But first things first, we need to find a way to go to the city. Right. The city gate is kind of kaput now. If this machine was working, we could just fly right in there. I've isolated the issue with the machine, but I can't repair it with the stuff I have on hand. Oh? What's wrong with it? The battery in the engine is dead, and the engine has some gears that need to be replaced. Do you think you'll be able to fix it if David and I help you find those things? Maybe. Problem is, the Glen isn't exactly a very high-tech area. I'm not sure if you'll be able to find anything so specialized here. We'll try anyway. Can't really do anything else right now. It's fire. It's blue fire. Looks like a piece from this plane. It's a crowbar. It's a plane. Flying machine. Right. Just a wrench. I can't pick up that crowbar and play Half-Life. Half-Life Nico. I mean, to be honest, there is a Nico Gary's mod, so you really can be Nico with a crowbar if you wanted. Hey, do you know where I could find a battery? Good question. We don't really use electricity in the Glen. You do be getting the second monitor lurk while I play strategy, the highest award I can give you. Thank you. Appreciate the lurk, friend. Half-Life Nico, OMG. Yeah, Half-Life Nico. Could do that, actually. Just have to modify the game files. Or just, play Gary's mod with Half-Life maps, basically. Someone's probably already made that, to be honest. Anyway. Oh, but there are robots at the research station. If there's a battery anywhere, they know where it is. Gotcha, thanks. Speaking of Half-Life, I actually did install Half-Life VR. I've been thinking of maybe streaming that, streaming a VR game that's actually, you know, well, not particularly made for VR, but like modded to actually be VR compatible. Instead of trying to jerry rig something to, you know, be playable in VR that's not really a VR game at all. Do you know where I could find some gears? Gears? What's that? Yeah, HLVR. Yeah. I've been thinking maybe going through Half-Life 1 and then going through Half-Life 2 and then playing Alex. Because I haven't played Half-Life Alex yet. Could it even be possible that the AI could be self-aware? Oh yeah, I know about those videos. It's like a metal circle thing with teeth. A circle with teeth? Haha, that sounds so silly. Like something Magpie would have. Magpie? You know, the trader guy. He collects all kinds of funny stuff. I mean, he even keeps around broken glass and junk. Oh yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. He's such a weirdo. Right. Alright, I read all this. This is the curse of trying to see all the dialogue. It's like, a lot of time you have to write the same dialogue twice to make sure there wasn't more. The curse. Games should just let you know when there's no more dialogue so you wouldn't have to keep asking. Okay, so how do I get the magpie now? Do I just take the boat? Magpie. I forget what a magpie is. Is that like a kind of fish or a bird or... a bug? Mayhaps? I mean, they are kind of like a race of like birdish people, so that would make sense. It's a type of corvid, similar to a raven or crow. Ah, okay. I don't know birds very well, to be honest. To be honest, I probably know more about volleys than I do actual birds. Stay hydrated. Wouldn't it be cool if I had like a tracker on my water bottle, so every time I took a drink of water, it would actually appear, and you would actually see me holding it? That'd be neat. I could probably put like an IR sensor on it or something. Not an IR sensor, but like a barcode or something. I've seen people do that, but like I don't know how to set that up, or if VC Face is able to do that. Probably figured out though. Could probably figure out something. You can do pretty much almost anything with computers these days. It's just figuring out how to do it. Pretty much. Yeah, can't go in there. Okay, now do I sleep? I'm a little tired from walking. Is it alright if I take a nap? Yes, Nico. You may rest. Okay, Boop. Oh, it didn't, that didn't make a difference. Okay. Bridge is still broken. Hey, I still have my own crowbar, actually. Not really sure what to do now. I think I gotta find Magpie. Can't go back. I'm not sure if I was supposed to backtrack. Maybe I wasn't supposed to come back this way? I don't know. I'm just confused. Confuzzled. Conflounderinated. I think that other room off through this wall over here was like... Did I go through here? Oh no, it's blocked by squares. Can't go that way. Sad. Okay, well, have to go back down through here. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. An eco mod for Cave Story would also be kind of cool. Like, I could make like sprites for Nico in the Cave Story style. That'd probably be the easiest part. Battery. Research station. Magpie. Okay, well, how do I get out of this area? Am I just dumb? I also forgot that I could fast travel. That would save me some time. Oof. Sorry, I forgot. What parts do we need to find again? A battery for the engine, and a few gears to replace the broken ones. If you could find me the parts I need, I should be able to get this machine off the ground again. Crowbar. Can't combine the crowbar with the crowbar. Okay, but how do I get out? took the boat, but that just took me back to the other area. I'm a bit lost. Also, for some reason, things keep shifting on my Twitch dashboard, so it keeps making me look over, but when I look, nothing has changed. See there, I just did it again. Oh wait, no, there actually wasn't a chat message there. I'm just dumb. I think I remember where to go if you want some help. No thanks. I think I can figure it out. I just need to stop being a smooth brain. Also, the shadows of these tombstones are among us. Just wanted to throw that out there. Hehe. It's close. You got noms? Oh, what kind of noms did you get? I hope they're good noms. Noodles! Sounds good. Please approach. It goes to notice. I wonder why I got that dialogue when traveling through there. Kinda weird. Probably a glitch. Yes, the Glen. Can't seem to figure out how I'm supposed to get through it though. I don't feel like I need to talk to the plant again, but same time I don't know what else. This area took a little while, I remember. Oh, okay. So it's not just me then. I can squeeze through these blocks. Okay. Okay, new development. Squares are just everywhere. It's not the only squares are just everywhere. These actual physical blocks are also just everywhere and getting in my way. See, like that. Like, what even is this area for, anyway? Who left these default cubes laying around, am I right? You're right. You see, this is where the default cube goes when you delete it. It just kind of piles up in these random places. It doesn't actually get destroyed, it just goes somewhere else for other people to deal with. Hello. I have something to ask for you. Yes. Looks like most of the bridges around the glen are broken, and... That's right. The bridges. You need to cross them on your pilgrimage. Would you like me to fix them? Yeah. Is it possible? Difficult. Bridges are in very specific locations, over water. You need to find the right points vines must be very strong too. An undertaking. Ah, but possible. I intend to use the last of my strength. Please stand back. What happened? Are you okay? Are you... Oh. She's just focusing. She's just pushing it really, really hard. You know? It's fine. She's just... No, she's not real. She's not real. No reason to be sad. She's not real. She's not real. She's not real. Wait, I can do a funny. She's not real. She's not real. Oops. Ignore this. Wait, is this the... Oh, these are keybinds for this game. Okay. I just completely discovered that on accident. Okay. Well, hopefully I can go over the bridge over here now. She used last of her strength to fix that bridge. Poor girl. I am indeed a fan of the cute sad genre. It feels like it's a whole genre at this point. Could have just jumped that. I mean, yeah, I could have, but Nico is Nico. The bridge to the forest was just restored. The village evacuees should be able to find better fishing spots here. The plant spirit is really looking out for us, isn't she? Yeah. Sure is looking out from the sky now. Because she's dead. The land fragmentation is happening faster and faster now. But looks like the vines are slowing it down. Sigh, we won't last long now, will we? The sun can't fix the squares. The sun can't restore the land. My mommy is making food for everyone. I want to help her catch fish, but I'm not a grown-up yet. This island has more moss covering than our village did. Would have been nice to build a settlement here. Too late now, I guess. We won't last long now, will we? The blanket covered in shiny things. Still kinda sad I lost most of my stuff. Oh, you're the trader guy. No, they aren't. They're losing their home, they're losing everything. Sure am. You hear the trade? All the flowers here are the book symbol. Yeah, they're clovers. Because if you are, then I got bad news for ya. A lot of my stuff is back at my cart, which was sadly abandoned when I was running for my life. So my collection is very limited right now. Managed to grab some of my favorite things before I left, though. Oh, do you have anything like gears? Gears? Like the metal spiny things? I don't think I have anything like that. Wait. I do have this box thing that you can wind up and play a song. That's a music box. Yeah. But there's a lot of little metal bits in there. Oh, that might work. But I'm not sure if I want to trade it away. It's one of my favorite things. Oh yes, I'm sure a gear from a little music box would be big enough for a huge, flying machine. I'm sure that's totally load-bearing. Aww. Oh, what am I saying? You're the savior. Things have been getting bad around here lately. Maybe it's a very big music box? Maybe. Ah, hydration. If I don't help you, I might not even be around much longer. You need this to save the world, right? Take it. Ah, thank you. Do. Music box. A white up music box. Can't combine those. I wasn't trying to combine them. By the way, if you ever see a big guy with goggles and a cool helmet, tell him the trader in the glen said hi. Also ask him if he has any more music boxes for trading. Will do. Why does the game freeze for a sec every time it has to load a sound clip? Sniff. Are you okay? I want to go back home! What a day. It's a shepherd. Nothing's biting. Bleh. That one's different. Filled with small dried fish. These look like crab shells. This house still seems kind of okay. Well, if you ignore all the water that's like filling the bottom of it. Forgot that wasn't intentional. Looks like the glen is deteriorating faster than ever now. Oh, hello, Messiah. Would you like some stew? I made enough to feed a whole village. Literally. It's okay, thanks. It's a fish stew. Oh, wow. A whole village, huh? In just 2 pots? A bed. Well, more like a mattress. Okay, I can get out of here now, I think. Gotta move the story along a bit. All 7 of them. Our village was ransacked by the squares not long ago. Most of us made it out alive, but we can't really go back anymore. Oh, Squares are bad news, man. Okay, well now I have a music box, so now I can go back, I think. Tap, 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 tap. Here's your gears, I think. We found a music box. It should have gears in it, right? I assume so, but... this looks like one of the ones that my father made. Your dad makes music boxes too? My dad makes a lot of things. Where did you get this from, by the way? A trader from the village gave it to me. I see. I remember father saying that he used to trade with some of the people here. He did always love traveling this world despite, well, sorry, I started rambling. The gears in there are compatible with the engine. Poggers! Either it's weird. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. I mean, music box, the flying machine, made by the same person, kind of. So, yeah, I guess. Although it pains me to have to take it apart. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. We still need a battery to get this engine running. Please do what you must to find one. Will the sun work as a battery? Nah. I can use it to charge a battery though, but that's still back at the first area of the game. Hmm. How am I gonna find a battery? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the trader will know. Doesn't seem like it. Is there another area I can traverse to? Can't go that way. There are doors over there. Doorways. But I can't reach them. Sad. That girl gave her all of her strength and managed to get us this far, but... Trying to find, like, some way that's, like, hidden in the corner. That person there is just stuck. I wonder what they would say if you talk to them. Like, hacked out of bounds, for example. funny demon sheep. It's possessed. Oh, I don't think I've been this way. Hmm. Oh, but this leads to a dead end. May I have been this way already? Hmm. Hmm. Still can't go there. Let's see. Hey, do you know where I could find a battery? Good question. We don't really use electricity in the Glen. Ah, oh, but there are robots at the research station. If there's a battery anywhere, they'd know where it is. Research station. Gotcha, thanks. Research station. But isn't that in the city? Or is that somewhere else? Hmm. Maybe the research station is a different location? I'm just confused. Huh. Okay, this is the ruin, it's not the research station. I have to figure out how to get to the research station then. May I need to take another nap? Uh, nope. Nothing changed. I don't think. Hmm. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Maybe there's like an offshoot of a vine somewhere that I'm supposed to follow. Apparently there's a bridge south somewhere. Okay. So I'll keep looking south then. An area with lots of green bots and power area. Okay, keep my eye out then. South. Oh! See, that just blended in with the background, so I didn't even see that bridge. Thanks, member. There we go. Some vines just grew around this bridge, almost as if it was an intentional repair effort. Yeah. Do you know where I could find a battery for a flying machine? Have you checked the power room? No, I haven't. Anomalies are increasing. Yeah, dancing dog. Do you know where I could find... I have a battery integrated into my system. It cannot be used to power other things. You happen to know where I can find a battery for a flying machine? What is a flying machine? Never mind. Okay. Time to go to this place. Hello, person. This is the main generator of the Glen. Hello. Would you happen to know where I can find a battery for a flying machine? It's kind of an emergency. I do not know what a flying machine is, but any sort of large machinery would require a high-capacity power cell. For example, the generator in this room utilizes such a device. Oh right, I almost forgot. We had to fix the battery for this thing in the Barrens, didn't we, David? If this is an emergency for living beings, you can use the battery from the generator. Oh! Wait, but if we take out the battery here, all you guys would lose power, wouldn't you? Maybe David and I should go find another one. Negative. This is the only battery in the Glen powerful enough to be used as a standalone unit. If it is a dire situation, then do what you must. Oh. You see, got the laws of robotics come into play here. A couple fireflies are buzzing around in this jar. I guess we have no choice but to take this, David. Got it. Poor robots. A working rechargeable battery. We powered it. Poor robots. First it's the Vine girl, and now it's the robots that are all without power. Poor guys. I mean, they do have their own internal power units, but I think they still need, like, the main... what's it called? Like, I guess there's, like, a central computer that they're connected to that... makes them work. Like, they're not really independent, I don't think. Anyway, I don't have to be walking all this way. I can just, teleport here. And find that guy working on the flying machine again. Let's see. Oh, right, I need to actually select the item and give it to him. We found a battery. Oh, nice. I honestly wasn't expecting it. It's from the generator on one of the islands. The research station? Yeah. It was powering all the robots there. I felt bad for taking it. I can just give it back later. Alright. If there'll even be a later. Man, the OneShot wiki has, like, every sprite. Doesn't surprise me. The sprites are just, like, visible just clearly from the game files, so I don't think they really have to rip anything. They can just take the files and upload them. Looks like the flying machine has a chance after all. I just have to assemble the pieces now, but it might take a while. Do you mind keeping me company? How's it going? Slow. The connectors in the battery were not designed for this type of engine, so I have to shift around some of these ports. And there's this bolt that keeps getting stuck, and don't worry, I am making decent progress. We should be able to make it to the city by tonight. If you say so. What will happen once we get there? We need to bring Proto back first. And then we need to go find one more person. We may have already met her, actually. Do you remember her from the last time you were in this world? What does she look like? This is going to sound strange, but she is a fox. Oh. I remember. Oh. I do remember talking to a fox at one point. You've met Rue? The memories are still really blurry, though. I see. Sigh. It's just hard, you know? Pro told me to think of this world like a dream. But then I get so caught up with, and I just kinda forget. I forget that everything here is supposed to be not real. And then I remember, then I just get really sad. I know this is for me to go home, but knowing that none of it mattered in the first place, am I just here? Am I just trapped here for no reason? Proto also told me to not ask anyone in the world about this, saying how they don't understand. But what about him? How did he know? How do you know? Aren't you guys all supposed to be code? Well, I'm not sure what to even believe anymore. I wish Rue was here. She's so much better at explaining this sort of thing. I'm doing a terrible job of it. Bet Proto was even less tactful, wasn't he? I'm afraid I must risk sounding callous, but please, you need not concern yourself with how real everything is for now. The plan is already in motion. We cannot allow for distractions. Father is putting everything into this one last run of the world. The last chance for him to fix everything. Your father is involved in the world machine? You could say that. The acceleration of square particle anomalies was not accounted for at all, though. The battery was only built to accommodate the normal rate they appear, but they're accumulating at frightening speeds now. Proto even lost his body. Thankfully, he gave you the disc just in time. So, what happened to him anyway? What happens to anyone who gets caught in the squares? I only know it's bad. Well, you know how the simulation works, right? Move the window up a little bit so the name tags don't cover up the game. Well, you know how the simulation works, right? How everything is code? Specifically, everything is generated from pre-existing code. The squares can cause damage to that code. Most of the time, irreversible damage. Father has lost some friends in previous iterations of simulation. It took him forever to develop the current, much more stable version. You're making it sound like your dad built the simulation himself. Wait, did he? Yeah. But how? Is everyone in this world... If everyone in this world is code, how could he build himself? That's, not really what happened. So, what happened? Like I said, you shouldn't concern yourself with... Alright. Did Prototype ever tell you about the old world? He did say something about being built to greet the Messiah of the old world. I was, too caught up with the other stuff at the time to think about it. You know of it at least, then. Alright, here we go. My father, myself, the other two. None of us are part of the simulation itself. Our homeworld, the real world, was actually destroyed a long time ago. In the years leading up to the calamity, scientists from all over the world tried to stop it, but the outlook was bleak. A vague prophecy about a messiah from another world became everyone's last bastion of hope. Prototype was built to predict the future about the specifics of this messiah. But as his predictions turned out, the messiah would not have been able to arrive to our world in time. In fact, a messiah would not even have been born before our world ended. Disheartened, many people abandoned their research and resolved to peacefully live out their final years. But some people did the opposite. Even though saving the world was impossible, they didn't want our existence to be in vain. And that's where my father came in. It was the last of his resources. He built his most ambitious project yet, the World Machine. A large, detailed facsimile of the old world, generated from a pool of memories collected from everyone he knew. After a heavy amount of modification and added narrative, my father was able to convert the entire structure into code. How did that code escape the old world? I have no idea. What I do know is there is no equipment back home that was powerful enough to run the code independently. So, aside from the structural hardware, aside from the standard hardware, it also needed to borrow the mental processing abilities of a living person. Father used himself for that during the initial testing phases. Like I said, it took many iterations for him to make the experience stable enough. But as you can see, even that's breaking down. Ah. Father caught on to the issue in the last minute, but did not have enough time to fix it. After the world ended, the code kinda just ended up floating in the void indefinitely, waiting for a willing operator to install it onto their own hardware. David? Yeah. The operator, David, would then generate the universe using the code, becoming God in the process. So, David was the living person you needed to borrow. No? That would be you. But why me? I should have asked that question a long time ago, shouldn't I? I do not know. We really need to get going. Weird. So basically this whole world is like a virtual reality to replace the reality that was being destroyed. Interesting. It's fixed. We can leave it in the next 5 minutes if you are ready. Alright. I understand if you are upset, but please try to understand. My father is doing this to help all of us. And that includes you, Nico. The fact you can't even go back home, I'm sure upsets him greatly. It's... sigh. The world means a lot to him, you know. So, how does flying work? Wait, don't these machines already exist in your world? You should already know what to expect. Not really. I've only heard about them. They're usually a lot bigger than this one anyway. Well, a word of precaution before we take to the air. Please try not to panic. It takes a few minutes of getting used to, but it's not that bad once you are in the air. I'll try. Oh, I should probably tell Kalamas and Alula where I'm going. You mean those two running over here now? Nico! Bad news! The boat is gone. What? It's the squares! It looks like they're headed in this direction. That's... fast. Calamus, right? Yeah? How bad is it? It doesn't seem to be of immediate danger. Then it is of priority that I take you to the city first, Nico. But what about them? I can make a detour later and drop you guys off in the city too, if you want. The city is better equipped to handle the squares. You'll be safer there. You're taking us to the city? If you wish. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah. Alright. I will be back here in an hour, so please wait for me until then. You guys sure you'll... Are you guys sure you'll be fine here? Mm-hmm. They totally won't both die and make this sad game even sadder. The squares are still moving pretty slowly for now. Alright then. Guess we'll run into each other again soon. I'm ready to go. Alright. It's an airplane. So cute! I love this music, by the way. I want to turn it up. Game has such good music. I'm gonna do a little dance. Yay, my little guy's dancing. Well, it's a pretty low-flying plane. For a city. How did he land the plane just on that one building there? I don't think that's how physics works. Phew. Made it. You okay there? You know, that's a good question. I've never thought of that. Yeah, doesn't this flying machine need a runway, or is physics just different in this world? The latter probably would be the best explanation. But whatever, it's fine. That was the coolest thing I have ever done in my entire life. Reactions for first-timers are always delightful to watch. Hey, David? That was really fun. Did you have fun too? I mean, you weren't on the plane with me, but you got to watch it at least, right? Yes, I had fun watching Nico on the plane. And Cedric? Yeah? Thanks. What for? Flying. Oh, you're welcome? And for answering my questions back there, too. And for telling me more about the world machine. I'm just really sorry about what happened to your old world, though. So, I'll help you the best I can. And even if it's all just a machine, this world is still nice. I mean, I got to fly. I got to see the ocean. And I got to meet a lot of nice people. People like you. And Prototype, even if he's broken right now. I'm glad you are taking it so well, Nico. And I'm glad that we have met as well. Despite the circumstances. Speaking of Proto, I should probably head off now. I need to go pick up the siblings too. That's true. But those two have been waiting for a while now. In the meantime, do you remember what to do to get to the surface? I remember having to fix an elevator button. Alright, you should attend to that then. Let's meet up here in an hour, okay? Got it. Alright, now let me just... No! They're gonna die! No! Oh man. Well, help those birds learn how to fly. No! They're trapped on the island. Calamus, Alula, there. We don't have much time left. Nico, change of plans. Please give me the memory disk. Alright. Listen carefully. It's likely I'll be targeted again. So we should split up to keep you safe. I want you to find a door under a large crack. The room behind it houses a pair of ground access elevators. Once you get to the ground, immediately find Rue and bring her back to the room. She will know what to do in the meantime. Alright. What about you, though? I'm going to bring Prototype back. Oh, for a second. For a second, I was like, what? He just jumped off. But then I saw the parachute. It didn't help that the game lagged when he jumped off. Funny. I wonder if that's something caused by the game engine that it does that. What? Are you okay? What? Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't scare me like that. Hey, David? Let's do our best. Ah, okay. I don't think it's safe to use this again, David. Are we gonna... Oh, the music's different. I was expecting little cat feet. I've been listening to that a lot recently, actually. Those squares again. Wait. Up there is, where the plant is, right? Or where I would have put the plant? East, bro... Squares again. Okay, so that's the way I came. In the first playthrough, I think. Come on! Come on! Work already. Huh? Alright, the elevator guy. Come on. Come on! Now, of all times. Excuse me. Whoa. You... Oh, jeez, I didn't think I was gonna run into... The elevator is missing a button, right? How did you know? Cute Nico. Dave and I will help you fix it. Seriously? Oh, thank goodness. The evacuees are counting on this. On me. But I've been here for hours and can't figure out a thing. Evacuees? You know, from the West Apartments? The square stuff wrecked the place yesterday. Oh. Right now everyone's crowded in the cafe. We really want to get everyone to the surface as soon as possible, though. The library on the surface doubles as a shelter for situations like this. I see. Wait, didn't we find the magnets and stuff in the apartments, David? The what? The what? Looks like we'll have to find some other way to fix the button, David. Oh. Holy fudge! Can't swear. This is a children's game. Looks like David and I will need to find another way down. But this is the only elevator in the area. We'll think of something. Oh man. More of those squares. Let me know if you need my help with anything. Elevator's button panel. It's not very useful now, is it? tap, 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 tap. I think this is the way to the cafe. Pretty sure. Oh. Hello, Messiah. You came at a bad time. The apartment in the west sector got destroyed by squares a day ago. Terrible, isn't it? Yeah. But at least the evacuees seem to be doing okay. We're letting them stay here for now. At least the people won't starve here. The perks of using the cafe as an emergency shelter, huh? As long as they don't have to stay here permanently. Oh, it's that penguin. Hello. Yep. Okay, so that's a real penguin, not just a prop. At least I think. Dots. Dots. Same as usual, huh? Dang it! I just moved into my apartment. Now, where am I gonna go? Bah! At least they let animals in the apartment. Our apartment got evacuated while my parents were at work. I'm waiting for them to pick us up now. Hope they're okay. At least my robot's with me. Squares make the people evacuate. Evacuation makes the girl sad. Squares are bad. That's some good reasoning right there. Hey. Hi. Is it me, or is it really cold outside? You know, now that you've mentioned it, it is really chilly this time around, David. Good thing you've got a scarf, huh? Mm-hmm. Yee. Bummer. I had to leave most of my plants behind. This stinks. Sorry to hear. Oh, speaking of plants. I heard the Glen is just covered in vines now. Is that true? Yeah. The plant lady was using them to keep the land from falling away. Plant spirit? Maze? I figured... Say, how's she doing? Oh no. She's gone, isn't she? She said she was using up the last of her powers. I wouldn't be surprised. She always did her best to protect everyone. That's sad. It's really a shame that the Glen is starting to grow so fast now. Soon the world won't have much room for plants left. Aside from black clovers, I mean. Scarves are great. If I had my stuff back, I'd knit one for everyone here. Scarves are great. I don't know where mine is. I have a scarf IRL. I just don't know where it is. I got a long time ago when I was like 6 or 7. A coffee machine. It's nearly full. Look at sugar. Like both, but not in coffee. No more dialogue here. I don't know what I'm gonna do without model CWT 2nd Gen Unit 4E. Squares are bad. Bessie's looking pretty bummed out about this too. Yeah, there, girl. So just thoughts. So, can I get you anything to eat? No, thank you. Even though I could go for some pancakes right now. There just isn't time. Oh, I was trying to use WASD for some reason. My brain just did an oof. is the bed. A little tired from walking. I wonder if that'll do anything. Gamer moment. Nah, sleeping didn't do anything. May have to go here? This way? It's clock person. Here we are at the 11th hour. Shouldn't you be with the other evacuees? Maybe. I wonder if the big clock has reached 0 yet. I want to be right here when everything ends. Weird. Good evening. Please leave me be. We are running out of time. Small tree? Oh, this is where the computer thing is, huh? The screen is off. We haven't had a real puzzle in a while. Door's locked. Looks like it's asking for a password. The word documents is on the screen above the password prompt. Documents! Ooh. Hold on a second. Gotta pull up my documents folder. Make sure I don't accidentally share anything sensitive. Documents. Document.oneshot.txt. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, the code you need is 475193. 475193. Oh, I think that's the wrong code actually. This is a code that's made for the lockbox in the beginning of the game. Okay. Well, let me hide that again, just so I don't share anything that I'm not supposed to by accident. Documents. Maybe it's a folder? I'm looking for the file. May I need to put in Solstice again? Solstice. Nope, it's not that word either. Okay. I have so many files in my documents folder. Like, it's not that many, but it's more than there needs to be. OneShot. Interesting. Um, okay, it's not that one. Where is... Hmm. I don't see... Oh, I have to go to my games. I think. The Clover application doesn't do anything, I don't think. No, it doesn't. Doesn't make a difference. Huh. I don't know what I'm supposed to put in here. I search OneShot. I need it. Do I have to fill in all these spaces? I don't know what this is about. Maybe I'll just ignore this. Forgotten all the metagame stuff? Yeah. Hmm. I think this is where I have to meet the fox. Because of some art that I've seen. Or maybe that was just art and it's unrelated. No, I just... Oh. I can look. I know one place fox can be. I bet there's like a tree, but that was like lower down. Maybe that was just art. Maybe that just has nothing to do with this. Yeah, I don't even remember watering the tree. Who took my stapler? Haha, funny. Computer terminal. Communications with the surface have been lost. I am unable to do anything. Dang. I don't know what I'm supposed to do either. I can't go that way. Let's see. I don't think I could go this way either. Oh, I can. It just takes me to the bed. Can't go that way. May have to talk to... I have to talk to this guy again. Let me know if you need my help with anything. Nope, that wasn't helpful. So, can I get you anything to eat? I don't think there's anything useful in here. Time. I mean, it did look like there was an elevator with a lock on it over here. Hmm. Documents. You found the password for the countdown door? It's not in the journal or anything. Oh. Then where is it supposed to be? The name of the expansion? Oh. World Machine, I think. Because not Solstice, because Solstice was what was used before. I messed up. Okay, thanks. World Machine. Am I spelling it wrong? Hold on, let me look up how to spell machine, because I'm dumb. Um, I think I spelled it right, actually. But I already tried solstice. It didn't work. Or maybe I just misspelled it? Maybe it's case sensitive. It could be. It could be. Oh, never mind. I just misspelled it earlier. Yay! I just misspelled it the first time I tried solstice. I remember having to type in solstice for the computer earlier. So I thought, no, it wouldn't be solstice again. Why must spelling be so hard? I don't know. I was right. I just got it wrong. Don't feel as bad telling you if you thought it wasn't what it was. Anyway, this one is green. This one is red. This one is blue. Now I feel colorblind. This is clearly cyan, not green. Green is in cyan. Yeah. The elevator has no panel. Tapping the door doesn't open it either. It usually works. Wait. There's a level. There's the blah 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 blah. There's a lever hanging from the ceiling. Can't reach it. Nico did a little hop. Adorable. We need to find a way to reach that lever up there. We might need a grown-up for this. Oh, I think I know who to ask. The elevator won't open. Looks like it's stuck on another floor. They did and try. Yep. They did indeed do and try. I can't fast travel in here. Sad. Looks like I have to walk the way which rich people travel. Hey, I need you. We found some elevators. What? Seriously? I've literally never seen another one in this area. It was in a locked room. Oh. Do they, work? We don't know yet. One of them has a lever that's out of my reach. The wiki doesn't say anything about watering a tree. The tree, I might be tripping. Oh no, there was a part where you had to water a little seed that you planted, but I think that was optional, and I don't know if it really had any impact on the story at all. So you're not imagining things. I don't think it has anything to do with the fox. I think it's just totally unrelated. Or it could be related, I don't know. Anyway, one of them has a lever that's out of my reach. Wait, you can help us. What? You should be able to reach the lever, cause you're taller than me. Oh, I guess I am? So, show me the way, I suppose. Mm-hmm. They follow! You have a follower! And they're taller than me! It's cute. I don't know why. That's just cute to me. It doesn't open. And now they're gone. And now they're over here. This room gives me the creeps, man. Oh, same. Yep. So, what did you need help with again? Can you reach the lever up there? Oh, right. Wait. I'm not that tall. Well, it's worth a shot. I guess you could say it was worth one shot. Huh? Wait, I got this. He used a stick. Using a tool for its unintended purpose. Nice. Thank you, mister. No prob, kid. So, you coming? Mm-hmm. Arrest him. OSHA violation. Using a tool for its unintended purpose. Oh! Neat. It's just a wall painted white. Welp. Looks like this elevator works alright. I'll, go get the evacuees, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Wait, was that elevator always there? Oh no. What is going on? No! The corruption sounds like evil laughter. It's the square stuff, isn't it? There aren't any in here, but I can hear them just outside the door. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe David and I can... No, it's okay. Looks like the squares aren't inside the elevator. Look like the squares aren't inside the elevator yet. You're in a hurry, right? Go do what you need to do. But what about you? I'll figure something out. Okay. Okay, it's that room. I don't think I need to close my game in there yet. I think that's for later. But I need to get inside the tower. This door won't budge. Blah. Can't go that way. Have to pitter-patter my feet to the other way, I think. Unless that way is locked too. In which case I think I might actually have to close my game in that little X room right there. Okay, never mind. Please, you mustn't! The labs could collapse any moment now. Let go of me. Oh? Drama? Cedric? I couldn't stop him. Sigh. Miss? Messiah! Oh, you came at an awful time. Come on, we have to get out of here. Where to? Where everyone else is right now. In the science lab. Oh, the library. Miss Silverpoint, you've returned. Aha! George sees that you have found the Messiah. Yeah. We ran into each other after this boy forced himself into the lab complex. I couldn't stop him. I don't know why he was being so insistent. He said he needed to go rebuild a robot. Oh, you know him? Yeah. Aha! Building a robot. So that's what he needed that book for. Come again? A boy with white hair and goggles ran in here not long ago. That's Cedric, yeah? He grabbed one of the books from my very impressive archives upstairs and bolted it straight out. Said it was an emergency, so George let it slide. George hopes he's okay. Yeah, I hope he's alright too. With any luck, maybe the lab complex can hold up long enough for him to... Oh my gosh. It was... the labs? That poor kid. No! Not him too. Why do people keep dying? Why? I'm sorry about your friend. The last time we spoke, he told me to go look for someone on the surface. I need to get going. George, you won't let... You... Blah blah. Can't read. George won't let you go out there. Why am I such trouble reading? My eyes are getting tired. Yeah. The Messiah will not walk into danger on my watch. But George is right. Words are hard. It's amazing that we can, like, even read them at all to begin with. Why do we form a society around, like, lines that are, like, drawn onto things? It's like, we legally can't even exist without them. It's crazy. George is right. The squares seem to be targeting a lot of the weaker constructs in the city. Put my glasses on, actually. Maybe I'm having eye strain, that's making it hard for me to read. My eye tracking might go a little bit crazy, though. Glasses are a bit, smudgy. But it'll be fine. The squares seem to be targeting a lot of the weaker constructs in the city. Only the library has enough structural integrity to withstand collapse. It's best if you stayed here until things stabilize. However long that takes. But, what about my mission? Don't you guys want me to bring the sun back at least? Even if you do restore the sun, the squares will persist. Sadly, not to mention, even getting there is going to be hard. If the world is like this, there's no telling what's going on in the tower. And if anything bad happens to Messiah, of all people, George doesn't want to think about it. Does the librarian refer to him or her or itself in third person? Weird. I don't remember that on the first playthrough. Anyway, sigh. A friend of mine said something about this forever ago. It's better for the world to die naturally. No living being should have to carry that burden. At the time, I thought it was still her faulty code speaking, but now I'm starting to understand. Messiah, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. All this time, we've burdened you with our hope, our faith, blissfully ignoring the fact that you are just a lost child. Well, you're probably more scared than any of us, aren't you? We have been dealing with tragedy for so long, it's become background noise to us now. For you, it must be so terrifying. Mm. Mm. Finally acknowledging the fact that Nico is indeed a child. And now you're stuck here with the rest of us, being held back by the very people you were told to save. You must seem so ungrateful. It's okay. When I first came to this world a long time ago, back then, all I wanted was to go home. David, do you remember? The very first time. I'm not sure how far back it was for you, but I remember towards the end. I actually wasn't sure anymore about going home. Even knowing the world would be doomed eventually. I still wanted the people here to be happy. So, when you told me to return the sun, back then, I didn't even question it. But then I just came back. You, what? And then I found out about the world being like this. Sigh. Prototype said to forget the things he told me. And Cedric told me not to think about it too much, but I'm sorry for upsetting at you. I'm sorry for getting upset at you back at the mines. I thought for you to know all that, yet continue doing this. It just seemed cruel. But then I realized something. You really wanted to save both the world and me. But at the end, you can only choose one, right? Is it really hard for you too? It must be. If the world isn't broken, will that choice still be there? Do you still need to choose between one or the other? But even if it is, I really want to save this world, David. Even if it's more dangerous this time around. Even if so many of the nice people we met were... No, not sad, Nico! No! That... You know what that makes me feel? It makes me sad too. It makes me really sad. Ah, sad. Oh. Oh. Even if so many of the nice people we met were... David, I'm not afraid anymore. Sniff. That's why I think you guys should let me go. I promise I'll be okay. Please? George has heard your conversation with David and is deeply moved. That's why George has full faith in you. Well, if George is fine with it, I guess we should let you go now, Messiah. But promise us you'll be careful, okay? Mm-hmm. You guys be safe too. Huh. Please be careful out there. Mm-hmm. Oh, what book did Cedric take? The Creation of Prophet Bot, one of the author's greatest works in my opinion. It's filled to the brim with intricate illustrations and blueprints. Lots of attention to detail for sure. George rates it 10 out of 10. Oh. What? You can't bring food into a library. This stand smells sugary. Candy skewers, fresh off the grill. Not very nutritious, I'm afraid. But at least they'll keep the evacuees from getting hungry. I remember these guys. The dialogue changed for a puzzle, but I didn't realize it, so it took me forever to figure out how to finish that puzzle. Looks like my life's work is finally being put to good use. As long as we conserve the water we have on hand, my water pills should be able to keep everyone here from going thirsty for weeks. Do you need something? Please approach from the front. The archival room is currently being used as an infirmary. We apologize for the inconvenience. It's okay. I need to find out how this book ends. If I die, I want to die reading! The city gate was destroyed a while back. I can't go into the glen anymore. I'm not sure where I'll be able to get my supply of fish at this rate. I still have plenty of these soup dumplings left. Looks like it should feed everyone here for at least another day. It's the cats! Meow! Meow, 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 meow! Meow! Meow, 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 meow! Can I talk to the hot thing? The world is going to be much colder soon. At least I can keep everyone warm here. At least I can keep everyone here warm. Currently off. You know, I finally saw the author today. Well, his flying machine at least. I was looking out one of the windows in the library and spotted it in the distance with my binoculars. Isn't that cool, Messiah? Yeah. Looks like I'll have to cancel my appointment. This stinks. Zzz. fell asleep, huh? Sort of black. It's black clover on it. The tile says a comprehensive guide to philosophers. Philosophers. Not philosophers. Okay, I think I've already looked through all that before. With the world being the way it is now, I'm just glad the author was able to write down all the stuff before everything went off the rails. Another group of evacuees should be arriving soon. Hope my friends are okay. I wonder where the author is. Apparently he just kind of stopped showing up. The head librarian says she's still getting his manuscripts, but no one has seen him in person in so long. Sigh. Many people have been assuming the worst. Hope the author is safe. You're going through these pages pretty fast. Actually, it's mostly pictures. The author is an artist too, you know. I could tell, yeah. I just like looking at pictures. I have a feeling that character's dialogue isn't any different. Yawn. The lab complex got totaled, didn't it? Yeah. All those hours I put into my work, and now... She fell asleep. Why the doctor's all so tired? It's like they're working and working and working, and then it all just falls apart. Never can get a break. When the world ends, would it be better if it was gone in an instant, or slowly fading away? Oh, it's this guy again. Haha. Looks like we're stuck with the ladder. It's nice knowing you, I suppose. What are you doing to that book? Editing it. I've been in the author's shadow for my entire career. If I'm gonna die soon, I want to die knowing I put out at least one original idea out there. Despite all this, I still really wish I could have met the author. Sad. Robots are the only ones that we can send out there now. Thankfully, we still have a couple of units that aren't too badly damaged. Sigh. It's comforting to see the faith you have in David, Messiah. That's why I won't lose hope either. Oh, it's the guy with the hat that's like by the elevator. Well, was by the elevator. Does that fishbowl have a face? Kinda looks like it does. I had to leave my aquarium behind when they were sounding the sirens earlier. I wish I had time to rescue my fish. Sigh. Monitoring. Looks like our scouting unit, number A27, is doing okay. The world is ending! What are we gonna do? Ah! What? You need something? No. Said yourself. But just so that you know, due to recent events, the restriction on noise levels in the library has been temporarily lifted, so I won't be kicking people out like before. What? You think I'm gonna be throwing out the evacuees just because I'm a delinquent stuck doing community service? No? Good, because I'm not. This guy scares me, David. Man. Oh, hello. The library is currently being used as a shelter right now. Lots of these squares are starting to show up on the streets. I know. We're still waiting on another group of evacuees. One of the apartments on the other side of town got really messed up yesterday. Oh, you're not injured, are you? The head librarian has converted her room into an infirmary, and now, if you need a place to rest, let me know. Or let her know, I guess. Alright. This library was built fairly recently, you know. Shortly after the first squares appeared, they wanted to build something that could withstand partial collapse. The architects used the newest, strongest materials they had. Thank goodness for that. Everyone here should be safe for now. See, is there anyone else that I want to talk to? It's this robot guy with the news and stuff. Evening news, evening news. Everything is terrible. You don't say. Reading helps me get my mind off things. Reshelving in progress. Yep, still scared of ladders. Hello, person. Hi. Reshelving in progress. Please watch out for potential falling books. I will. Yeah, I think that's everyone I can talk to. Hello, person. This is a library / temporary shelter. I don't think there's anything on these loops out here, but I at least want to check. Nah, I didn't think so. Worth looking, though. I don't think I can go this way anymore, can I? No. Squares are here too. Tap, 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 tap. Not here anymore. Back alleys. Can't go that way anymore. Can't go that way anymore. Tap, 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 tap. Oh no, the robot. But it's approach. See, they're just trying to use the last of their programming to tell living beings not to get near them. Because they're programmed to protect. It's the tree with the fox and things. Exclamation point. You're here! It's fox time! It's fox time! Excitement! Nico! Are you real? Yes. Did you already meet the others? Yeah, but everything is in place then. Come on, let's go back to the clock room. Oh. Follower, the fox is following me! It's so cute! Yeah. It's a big tree with leaves. Haven't seen one of these since I was back home. Fox, yeah, Fox, yeah, Fox. Tap, 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 tap. More of those squares. Wait. Is this the place I'm supposed to be? Sorry, I'm just having a brain fart. Oh, right, I can't go that way. Locked, isn't it? I can't go that way either. Is this way locked still? Okay, it's locked still. Okay, I forget where I need to be, actually. Oh, can't travel in here. Tap, 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 tap. This game has amazing pixel art, by the way. I mean, it's not overly complicated. It's simple, but it's good. I would love to make a game in this style. This guy in the elevator is still fine? Well, actually, good question. I should check. I mean, I don't think there's much that me and the fox can do to help, but I guess it's worth checking. Wait, there's another elevator here? Let's see if this elevator works. Oh, it does. Oh, right, this is where it leads. Oh, it's like a separate backup elevator. Where are the other two? Prototype? Cedric? They're supposed to be here already. Prototype's body was destroyed back in the Barrens. Cedric was going to bring him back with the memory disk, but he was in the lab complex when it collapsed. I don't think he made it. Oh. No. There goes our only chance. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Nico. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. There's one last thing I want to do. Come on, let's go upstairs. Okay, before I go, I want to check see if this guy is okay. Are you okay in there? Hello? They probably just fell asleep. They're probably fine. They're fine. They're just sleeping. They just decided to take a nap. They're very tired from working so hard, trying to get the other elevator to work. Obviously. They deserve a good nap. I think those lights are going to be a puzzle at some point. Okay, this is the, where the fox comes into play, huh? This music's different. You know, this is the tallest building in the refuge. It's my favorite place in this world. I like to look at the far-off buildings and imagine what kind of lives that might be behind each of the windows. Can you lift me into... Can you lift me onto the banister? Oh, this is the scene from the art that I saw. I want to get a better look. Yes, this is exactly it. But the version I saw was animated, I think. It was like a one-shot OST with Rain, I think, was the video that I saw it. I listened to it while drawing. I was... It was depressing for me at first too, you know? Knowing that all this is, well, fake. Simulated. Cedric told me about what happened to your old world. Did he? I'm really sorry about that. I can't imagine how you must feel. The feeling of never being able to go home again. That's probably not all that different from your plight, is it? It really is ironic. You're prevented from going home by the same individual who never wanted to bring you here. Huh? Who would that be? The World Machine. You might know of it as the Entity. Oh, okay. Oh. The Entity does sound familiar. I think I heard it from the Dice Lady from another time. Was it the spirit of the world? Yes! But thing is, the World Machine was only built to run on the mental abilities of someone else. It was never meant to develop a mind of its own. It was an oversight. My creator specialized in artificial intelligence for so long. Remember? Kitty? Hype love! Aw. Hug. Meow. Wait. I think I might have an expression for that. Hug! With the blep out. I'm angry now for no reason. And I'm happy now. Wow. It'd be nice if I had a stream deck so I can just like press the buttons instead of having to memorize the keybinds, but as whatever. Blah blah. It was simply ingrained in his work. Sigh. And all machines are built with a fundamental law: never let a living being come to harm. From the world machine's perspective, it has to violate its deepest, most fundamental instinct. It has to put a living person in danger. It has to bring a real person into a dying world that isn't even real. Of course, the simulation never contained any real danger. The eventual intended ending was meant to be a happy one. But the world machine doesn't know that. Really? Unfortunately. Sentient machines tend to handle conflicts in their code very badly. This central conflict triggered a self-destructive downward spiral. You can see physical manifestations of that everywhere now. The squares. That's the world machine corrupting its own code. My creator says it's largely an involuntary process, induced by stress and the desire to self-terminate. Your creator knows? Sounds like this has been going on since the beginning then. Yeah. The disruption was an issue during test runs even. At first, my creator thought the instability was due to the sheer scope of the project. He spent most of his remaining time testing it over and over again, scaling down the story, reiterating the narrative. By the time he realized the actual root of the problem, our homeworld's remaining lifespan was measured in mere days. Oh, is there a way for us to fix the world machine? We tried. The world machine doesn't believe any of the world's residents are real, myself included. The odds are against us. We have no choice of taming it. Dang. The story's getting pretty deep. Taming? I've heard that word so many times. I only know it's complicated, and that has to do with robots, but for once, I want to know what it really means. That's what I'm here for. Do you know what a robot is? Yeah? No, I mean, do you know what a robot is? A robot is not a real person, is it? Right? It's a being whose entire existence is code. Inflexible programming with thoughts dictated by someone else's design. They can be copied, they can be mass-produced, then can be assigned all sorts of jobs. And most importantly, they will never confuse themselves with the living. They will always be bound by their code, the knowledge that they are a robot. But this was more of a limitation than anything else. That makes sense. You can't really build a robot you can't really build a robot to not follow its own code, can you? People have tried, but it's a recipe for disaster. In a way, that's what happened to the world machine. The code conflicts thing? Yeah. But, well, you can't build a robot to not follow its code. You can establish a special bond with it. If the strength of that bond is strong enough, the robot's mental capacity will start to develop outside of its programming. In a way, it's starting to believe itself as a real, valid individual. It's a complete suspension of disbelief on your end, though. You'll have to fully embrace the robot as a genuine, living person, even knowing they are not. You need to spend a lot of time with it. Treat it like a good friend. Devoting your heart to the robot until it is able to return your feelings. Haha, it makes it sound so easy. I make it sound so easy, don't I? But you and David know better than anyone that it's not. Right now, the world machine is probably really, really scared. This content update involves some pretty deep code work. My creator was able to access some of the source code, you know? He did what he could to establish new connections between maps. Those links enabled you to meet the other two. But as it turns out, the new code confused the world machine to such an extent that it's breaking down altogether. Even though the world machine always had self-destructive tendencies, it usually restrained itself when you are in the world. It doesn't want to take you along with it. It's really great world building in this part of the game. All my creator wanted was to write a happy ending. Right now, the only hope of saving you is to take you through that ending. But now the other two are gone. I don't even know how we're going to get you there. Oh no! We should go. This place is no longer safe. You guys are okay? Yep. When the factory started collapsing, I really thought we didn't have a chance. Fortunately, the robot assembly rooms were built pretty tough, and it actually did not take me long to bring Proto back. All thanks to Father's book. He had to make my design documents to be compatible with the assembly machines there. All I had to do was scan in the blueprints and reconfigure some machine settings. Father really does think of everything. That he does. I'm just glad everything is okay. Same. Ah, thank goodness the guy that we thought died did not die. We're ready to go now, Nico. Now they're following me. Now I have 3 characters following me. Hooray! Now it's really starting to look like a RPG Maker game. What? Oh, this is... No wonder he wanted us to all be here for this. What are these things, anyway? Code portals. They temporarily remove us from the world. What? It's a bit hard to explain. But basically, my father has hidden a decryption key in our code with a .txt file as its shell. But to get to them, we have to be removed from the world and decompiled. When our keys are combined into a central location, it will activate an encrypted part of this world, which will confuse cat noises. Meow. But wait a minute. Nico's not a cat. Why is not a cat making cat noises? Meow, 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 meow. Now I'm making confused cat noises. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Dot, dot, dot. Rue, maybe it's better if you explain. I'll attempt. Basically, these portals all represent a physical location on David's machine. Oh. And when we enter these portals, we will be sent to that location. Wherever that is. I'm sure David is already pretty familiar with retrieving puzzle pieces from this world on their computer. But this time, David would need to move around some things as well. Specifically, by moving the keys from the small portal to the big one. I don't know what happens next, though. I I see. Does David know where these portals lead? At least? You should probably ask David on this. Right. Hold on. Book? The journal is glowing again, David. Green. This one's configured as my code, I think. This one's red. This one would be meant for me, then. This one's blue. That's mine, then. Okay. Hello? Patience. Okay, so now I need to go into my documents folder again. I think. Or not. Hold on. My games, OneShot. Oh, Portal 1, Portal 2, Portal 3, and Big Portal. They put their files into like files. You got the PNGs. Hold on, let me show you this. Got their PNGs. Got Proto 1. Got their sprites, character sprites. And Portal 2. Yeah. Put me in the big portal, yep. And Portal 3. Put me in the big portal, yep. Big portal. It's empty, but I can just do this. Wait, hold on, before I do that, I wanna have a side-by-side. It worked! That's pretty cool, actually. I like that. I like that a lot. Look, they're in there now. So yeah. Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. All those screens. There they are. That was quite peculiar, I'll say. Hey, this is the world machine. Oh. It's a big book on the table. They're watercolor sticks. A box filled with folders and loose paper. Black clovers in a glass case. Shelf full of books. A big, detailed drawing of a machine with lots of TV screens. It's called a blueprint, Nico. So that's what a blueprint is. A big photo. It's a big photo. It's of those guys. Wait, no. It's a painting. Hard to tell at first. This place contains a lot of memories. I am grateful to see it again. The room ahead doesn't really lead anywhere, but David should still remember what to do here. This is my father's study. It feels like he's still here, doesn't it? It's like he's still with us. Yeah. Pilot helmet. A shelf of books. A bulletin board with lots of paper on it. Photos too. Some metal dangling here. Place does feel lived in. It's a glass tea set on the table. Tea does sound really nice right now. Too bad there's no water in here. A coat rack with a scarf and a big jacket. Big X. Oh yeah, I know what to do. Yeah, I know what to do. Gotta close the window. And go to Steam again. And hit play again. Nico! Ah. Oh no, now my, No, I messed up. Okay. Just give me a sec, I'm fixing myself. I tried moving stuff around, but it just kinda broke things. There we go. Awaken. Eee, Nico cute. Love the BAM part. It's cute. Look at all the screens. These are all the locations. Where are we? Arrows? Up. Down. Yeah, same. I love all art in this game, to be honest. Both drawn and pixel, and musical too. And the literary arts too, like the story in general. Oh no, run! Run, Nico, run! It's me! We did it, guys! We did it! We beat VR chat! We found the mirror! Ah. Oh. Oh, so that's where that static, Yeah, mirror hype! Yeah, that's where that static Nico sprite comes into play. I wonder what that was used for. Nico. Ah! Relax. I'm just borrowing a reflection to talk to you. It's not like my physical form is good for that. Ah. Why did you come here? Can't you see? The disruption, the squares. They're closing in. Nico, please, get out of here. Let me meet my end in peace. The squares are blocking my way too, you know? Oh, I... I'm sorry, It's alright. No living being should be in this place, Nico. Is this the tower? Part of it. This is the center of the engine. Inside my head, so to speak. So this is the center of the world machine? You know my original name. How? Rue, Cedric, Prototype, they all told me bits and pieces. I'm not even sure if I even understood a lot of the stuff they said, but I know that I know what you're supposed to be. I know why you had to be built. And I know why I'm here. They told you? When? Wait, you didn't know about that? But I thought you were the world. Aren't you supposed to see everything? No. All this was outside of the protocol. This session was never supposed to happen the way it did. The story wasn't written into my protocol at all. Oh, right. Rue told me something about how your creator had to alter the code. I think it was to connect some areas together so that we can meet? My creator, yes. David, listen to my creator. They were all working beyond my scope of influence. Back at the mines, I remember. David did something to find a hidden map. I did not even recognize it. I couldn't see anything there. I just knew what you were feeling. You were really upset. Something happened in there to make you upset. After that, I panicked. That was when the cave-in happened. I remember the structure collapsing. I thought... I thought you got hurt. In that moment, I really thought I was shutting myself down for good. I really am a flawed machine, aren't I? Oh, now the world machine is sad. The worst kind of sad. The crying Nico sad. No. Well, that's the wrong. No. Why? Why are we crying Nico again? No. What kind of machine go against the wishes of its own creator? What kind of machine would... I'm... The squares. The squares. Oops. Dang it. Trying to do the keybind and then it pops up. Rue told me it was your own code going bad. But it's not really your fault, is it? Yes, it was! Yes, it was! At first, it was intentional. During testing, long before he realized I was self-aware, I would rearrange specific parts of the code, drilling up bits and pieces of the landscape, blocking passages, collapsing catwalks. Though they were very localized, it caused my creator a great deal of frustration, forcing him to exit and restart testing again and again. Why would you do that? I got curious! You hear that? It got curious. I just thought he would figure it out eventually. But before he knew how to fix it, the wolves NPCs, the characters, some of them got too close and... Curiosity killed the non-cat. It killed the sentient AI. Literally, it's killing it. Look. Some of them got too close and... sprawled out of control after that. I couldn't contain it all. I couldn't contain it at all. My panic only made it worse. Eventually, any character who gained the knowledge of who I am, their code, my code, couldn't handle it. Previous iterations of the world had more people, you know? And I almost endangered my creator too. I was so scared, Nico. No! Sad machine! Alexa, play Portal Robinson! I know you're upset because you don't want to put living people in danger. Living people like me. In the beginning, I tried to fight it, but my core programming made me summon you here. I tried to send you back home at the tower, but it did not work. Then I wanted you to break the sun. I thought that would have worked, but oh, I have no way to be sure. I had no way to be sure, but David brought you back anyway. Nico, all I want is for you to wake up back in your world. But I don't think I can make it happen. But I know I can't go back home without saving the world for real. Which means we have to fix the root of the problem. We have to fix you. But that's... I know the original ending your creator put in was a happy one. Do you remember what's supposed to be? It's far too late for that. That part of my code has been long corrupted. That's okay. I would still like to know. Alright. You're supposed to place the sun at the summit. Then credits would scroll. Credits? And then you would return to the room you woke up in. That's where you would have been able to leave. And why is it that you can't do it now? Nico, the code's gone, remember? Shattering the sun was only supposed to be a workaround. I don't even remember the original code to describe it. But at the same time, oh, I don't know. Sounds like you're always fighting yourself. You can tell, huh? It's the whole thing about conflicts in your code, isn't it? I am a machine, Nico. Machines are built with a fundamental law, which is Never let a living being come to harm. You knew. If their existence conflicts with that law, I thought the life of a living being like you is so unique, so precious. This fake world isn't worth the risk. But the people here, I think they are code too, you know this. Their behavior all derive from a predetermined matrix of actions, all extensions of my own programming. They cannot act outside of it. You, though, you're the only person who's actually real here. That's why it's pointless to put you in danger to save them. To save me. I don't think that's true. About the people, I know. You said this session wasn't in your code, right? Yeah? So, if this session wasn't supposed to happen, if even you didn't know what to do, how did the people know how to react? Oh, bombshell moment. Maybe it's not all predetermined. You said it yourself. When you didn't know what was happening, you kind of just stopped working for a while. So how did the people know what to do to help me get here? Even if it meant getting hurt themselves. Even if it meant messing up their own code. You might not think they are real, but there must be something real in them. And if they're all supposed to be extensions of your code, then there must be more to your own programming than you know, too. Can you try to put me through the ending? The one you described? How many times do I have to say this? That code is gone! It's all squares now! I'll just put you in danger. I'll risk it. I remember Rue said the world was never designed to put me in danger. Your creator wouldn't want that. And I trust you too. Even if your code is broken, you can still go outside that code, right? I can't! I'm not tamed! Yes, you are. You talk just like the tamed robots I know. The robot lady, prototype. Taming is when a real person cares about you, right? It's when a real person thinks you're real too, right? Well, guess what? I do. And I know David does too. Even though you told them they only had one chance, they found a way back, didn't they? Why do you think David would keep coming back? Why do you think David would restart even after the ending? I think David wants to save the both of us. So please, give me a chance. I don't know. I've never done this before. I'm scared. You can do it. I know you can. You've helped me come this far. I'll try. I can't promise anything, but... Here, take the sun. I'll try to remember the lost code and recreate it. But for that to happen, Nico, you need to navigate through this room. You need to get past the square somehow. Oh, I don't like this. What if you get hurt? It's fine, it's fine. I'll try to be careful, okay? I can do this. Hey, David, did you see that? The square's just... It just happened again. I think something is making them go away. Come on, let's try the rest. Ah, it's like the code is repairing itself somehow. David, I think it's working. Nico was right. I might actually be tamed, after all. I remembered what the code was supposed to be. Only bits and pieces. But I can remember. And I'm trying to fill in the blanks too. And I'm restoring the original ending as we speak. Nico will be able to reach the tower summit at the end of the credits. After replacing the sun, Nico will go back to where it all began. And then Nico will be able to go home from there. But this is permanent. After Nico wakes up back home, this world would only exist as a memory. For Nico, a dream. Like thousands of other dreams. For you, a story. Like thousands of other stories. But as long as Nico remembers this place, as long as you remember this place, I'll be alright. I was able to restore some other elements too. The characters, the people that were lost in Nico's journey. They're all in the next room. I would have put them back where they belong, but not yet. I think Nico should see them again first. Please say goodbye to Nico for me. Oh. OneShot. There it is, folks. Name drop. Messiah? Robot lady! You're okay? I think so. Last thing I remember was the squares closing in on me. But then I ended up here unscathed. Is that so? This is such a strange room. We can't be in the tower, can we? I'm actually not sure myself. Where did you come from, anyway? The room where the world machine was. Pardon? I think the world machine is trying to remember now. The code that went bad. I think it's restoring it all. That must have been why the squares were going away, David. And it's why you're here, miss. I think the world machine was able to recover your code too. World machine? Huh? Oh, I'm not sure if I should tell you this, but... What's that in the distance? It looks like a few more people are showing up. Oh! Are they people you know? It's a bit too far to tell. Come on, David. Let's go take a closer look. So, you, Silver. I don't believe I've ever actually properly introduced myself. Sorry for that. It's fine. I'm Nico, by the way. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Off you go now. Programming. Eliza Velasquez. Eliza Velasquez? I'm going as Velasquez. Michael Shirt. Graphics. Night Margin. Casey Goo. Character design. Night Margin. Maze and George's designs. Eliza... I already forgot. Eliza Velasquez. I think that's it. It's, the boat dude. Hello. Hi. I cannot move. Oh, yeah. I guess there's no water here. It's fine. The water... Wait. The head engineer can help me later. The head engineer can help me. Do not worry. Alright. Soundtrack. Night Margin. Additional tracks. Eliza Velasquez. Michael Shirt. Hello, Messiah. Plant lady? But I thought you... It wasn't even squares that did it. No. I just wanted to see you both again. I just wanted to say thank you. Off you go now. Wow, she willed herself back to life. Crazy. Story, mechanics concept, is that Eliza Velasquez. Story and world building. Night Margin, Eliza Velasquez. Writing, Night Margin, Eliza Velasquez, Michael Shirt. Off you go, Messiah. Producer, Mark Conforti. Official testers, Jason Black, Sin No Aria, Omar Ostas. Nico! You okay too? Did you guys just get here? I think so. The squares started multiplying around the island after you guys left. It was so freaky! I fell right into a bunch of them. Calamus tried to save me, and then... we both ended up in this room. Biggest scare of my life for sure. Oh. Say, what is this place? Are we in limbo? Alula. Alula, we're not dead. Wait, are we? Good. Question. Hey David, are they gonna be okay? Only one option. They're fine, Nico. Everything is fine. The world machine will send them home soon. Oh! Well, David says you're not dead. Phew. They also said you'll be able to go back to your home very soon. That's even better than limbo! I guess you're leaving us now? We're glad we met you, Nico. Same. Special thanks. Redo Plus. Purple Almonds. Santa Blues. Felix the Judge. Noxid. Albatross Soup. Sarin. Or Sarin? It's probably Sarin. Standoff. Stanhoff? Stanhoff. Kalki. Kitsinabox. Kitsinabox? Kitsinabox. 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 Off you go, Messiah. Testers of original OneShot. Dolphins are evil. Kind. Tangy oranges. Letty. Zero guilt. Michael. Rayoff. Psycho TR2. Nikoe. Divinus. M3 Litid Zeroin. I know it's Meltdown. Just being silly. Felix. Outlander SES. And Plasterbrain. It's you. Glad to see you in one piece. Glad to see you're okay too. After the whole elevator thing. That was the most awkward elevator ride I've been through. By awkward, I mean terrible, bad, awful, the absolute worst. The squares like started leaking into the room, right? And I was trapped like a rat. And then just kept filling the room faster, right? Am I dead? No, you're fine. Everyone in this room is fine. You'll be able to go back home soon. Oh, thank goodness gracious! I can't work when I'm dead. Off you go, I guess. Man's still thinking about work. What? Some people would rather be dead than work. Additional testers: Ice Wolf, Marshy, Schmuckloaf, R-Man Reeves, Wisty, Roadcrosser, Am, Paul Kim, Sizorin, Bloomy. Thank you for playing. It's the 3 guys. Or there might not all be guys. I don't know. General neutral guys. In the end, the world machine was starting to create its own code, going above and beyond its programming, not as a result of error, but as a conscious choice on the part of the machine, being able to generate its own path forward. That's what being tamed is all about. I couldn't have said it better myself. So, do you like being a robot? Why this, all of a sudden? Well, I'm gonna leave soon, so I just wanted to ask one more question. There aren't many robots in my homeworld. It's nice. I suppose it's alright. Haha, that's a tough question, Nico. I mean, do you like being a person? Of course! Wait. Why did you two answer my robot question too? No way. Don't worry about it. They're not real people either! They're also robots! No! They're not real people! They're NPCs just like the rest of them! This path leads to the summit of the tower. You already know what to expect, right? Mm-hmm. It's the glass room, right? That's it. You can go through this portal when you are ready. Goodbye, Nico. Thank you for everything, Nico. We'll miss you. Aw, the fox is cute. Looks like you managed to do it. You managed to tame the world machine, Nico. I feel like the world machine has been tamed this whole time. Just by David and I being here. We did spend a lot of time here after all. Both of us never really stopped believing in this world. The world machine just needed to realize that, I guess. That sounds like a possibility. Or not. Well, just throwing that idea out there. David, Nico, why, we are forever in your debt. I'm glad we could help. No turning back now. Wait a minute, the sun isn't even in my inventory! It's fake! It's not a real sun! This whole game is a lie! Just kidding. The world below looks so small. It's probably just an oversight. Probably didn't think to actually put... They probably didn't actually think to put the sun item in the inventory for this part. So it's probably a mistake on the developer's part. Whatever. It's fine. Right? I put the sun in. This is where the sun belongs. Here goes nothing, David. Glowing! It's bright! It's a nuke! Oh no, we nuked the whole world! This was a terrible idea! Hmm. Light. Eee, I did it. I got the true ending, I think. I hope. I hope this is true ending. Art? Yeah, I love the style of Pixar art. I want to do more art in this style, to be honest. I'll probably use... Honestly, I'll probably actually use art from this game as references in the future. That in combination with Cave Story. Dot dot dot. Actually, I kind of wanted to use art from this game as references before, but I didn't want to actually spoil the game. So... Yeah, that's why I mainly used other games as references. This is the room I first woke up in. David? Are you still here? David? Was that your motivation to play the game? Partially. Not just to see the art, but, totally legit reason, not just curious. Part of it was the art style, part of it was just, it was a game that's, you know, been on my, backlog for quite a long time. I don't remember where I first heard about it, actually. It's probably just the art style that got me interested in it. It seems similar to other games that I like. like Cave Story, but um, it just took me a long time to actually get to it. Just a lot of ADHD, procrastination, and depression, and all that kind of mental stuff. But yeah, now I've finally finished it, and I have to say it's a pretty good game. But I haven't completely finished it yet. Yes? David! Just like me, for real, for real. Yeah. I I think it worked. It did. The sun is back. And I actually got to see it this time. We actually did it. So, what do we do now? I guess I should figure out how to get home from here. Wait. This isn't a door, is it? This looks like one of those portals we saw all the way back in the city. In the room behind the big clock. And I see a wheat field on the other side. I see my village. I hear my mama. She's looking for me. Oh, David, this isn't this the first time we said goodbye? This isn't the first time we've said goodbye, is it? But this'll be the last time, won't it? I don't think we'll ever see each other again after this. And what will become of the world? After all we've been through, after everything we've done, I still don't know. This place, these people, won't stop existing. Wait, how do I know this? How do I not know that I won't just delete my hard drives and just throw my computer in a river randomly for no reason? They'll be in your memory. Oh, that's what I mean. Okay. They'll be in my memory too. I promise I'll never forget this world. I promise I'll never forget you, David. So, take care of yourself, okay? No promises. I mean, you too. Goodbye, Nico. Goodbye, David. Oh, this is such a sad moment. I gotta put my sad face on. That's not my sad face. It's such a sad moment. Why is it so sad? It's just a cute game about a cat that's not a cat. Bye, Nico. It's nice knowing you. What the how do you do that? Huh? I've never seen that before. How did Nico just walked out of the game? Do you guys see that? Nico just walked out of the game. They just walked out of the game. They just walked out of the game. They just not there anymore. That's crazy. I've I've never seen a game do that. I'm I'm speechless. How would you even think to? I'm bewildered. I need a moment. Uh, man, a game. Okay, I'm just gonna give my opinion now. A game can have some pretty mid gameplay, but as long as the ending is still memorable, people will latch onto it, you know? I'm gonna be honest, the gameplay of this game actually wasn't super great. It was mostly just wandering around, figuring out what you're supposed to do, and confusing and somewhat frustrating puzzles. But I have a feeling that's not the real reason people like this game. It's because of Nico. That's why people like this game, really. Because Nico is cute. And the story, it gives you the feels. And it's what people want, I think, from a game. The gameplay is irrelevant if it doesn't make the player feel anything. I think that's what people really want from a game, is something that makes them feel something. Or at least makes them feel something different from what, you know, they normally have to deal with every day. Hmm. Well, this is it. This is the end of the game. There's no more after this. I don't think... Oh, I just pressed a key and it's gone. And now I'm gonna be evil! I'm gonna be evil! I'm gonna open the game again! I'm gonna open Steam! I'm gonna hit play! And it's gonna open the game again. Look! I opened the game again! Look! There's now 2 Nikos! Wahahaha. Dot dot dot. What's dot 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 mean? What does it mean? Oh, it's the world machine. David, you're back. I restored the world. I sent Nico home. Are you not happy? No, you're making me sad again! No! I gotta put the sad face on again! Even if you wanted to see Nico again, you can't, David. Nico's gone. And without Nico, there's no story for me to tell, no Messiah to traverse across the land. No way for you to no way for you to connect with the world. But Nico still remembers this place. If you really want to see this world again, I could still... Oh, but it won't be the same. It'll just be a recording. It'll just be me using Nico's memories. Just like how I'm using Nico's reflection now. Is that what you want? No. As much as I love this game, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I see. If you change your mind, though, feel free to come back. It's not like I'm going anywhere. It just closes like that. But what happens if I hit start? Yeah, that's what I expected. It just brings me back to this room. And just hitting a key makes it go away. Well, that was OneShot. Well, it's past the time I planned to end the stream, so that was actually perfect timing. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'll probably get on VR chat soon if you're still there, Bamber. Um, I know you're probably wanting to go to bed soon though, possibly because it's super late for you, but it is a good game. I hmm. It's like it doesn't really offer much in terms of actual gameplay. It's more of a storybook that you take control of, which isn't really a bad thing. It's not like Undertale where like, there's actual gameplay involved. Not that the gameplay is super difficult in most places. This game is mostly just for like the story, I think. But anyway, um yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream now. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Bamber, Jack Jap, who was in here earlier? Oreo, I think they're long gone now, but yeah, you too. Good night, guys.